chip manufacturing, chip plant manufacturing, construction, all the related EV plant manufacturing, construction. I mean, structures investment in 2023 added roughly half a percentage point to year-over-year Q4 over Q4 GDP. So 3% GDP, half a percentage point of that was the structures investment. Direct government spending and investment, the public sector investment, add on a little bit of the deficit widening, it's a percentage point. So a third of the growth that we saw, and we generally think of the government as being somewhat, kind of interest rate insensitive, right? So, so this was definitely a thrust that the Fed was forced to fight in 2023 with higher rates that, really wasn't going to be affected by monetary policy.
You keep saying 2023. Can we talk about 2024? How sustainable is that? How much money is still being distributed every single day into the economy off the back of these programs?
A lot less. I mean, if we think about it in terms of growth rates, it's sort of like we moved up the level, and now we've got these wider deficits in this level, but the level now is kind of staying the same for a while. And that means the impact on growth is essentially going to zero in 2024 in our view. And this is sort of a natural way of thinking about fiscal policy, right? And this is why it's countercyclical. You widen the deficit in bad times but we've ended up sort of widening the deficit in good times. We've had the growth benefit, and now we've got sort of the wider deficit, and the growth impetus is sort of fading at this point.
As an economist, do you think that the likelihood of the U.S. Treasury Department more heavily weighting the issuance to T-bills makes sense? That basically, you can capitalize on the demand for short-term T-bills, T-bill and chill, what everyone's been talking about, and not lock in 5% yields over a longer period of time. Is that what we can infer from this announcement?
So, I mean, the Office of Debt Management, they are trying to minimize the interest expense for the taxpayer, based on their calculations. And depending upon history and how interest rates may or may not unfold, you do want some mix between bills and coupon issuance. I mean, there was a long debate pre-COVID whether or not the U.S. should term out its debt a lot. And a lot of those models actually don't say terming out the debt is really the most cost-effective thing to do for the Treasury. But a lot of it's pretty uncertain, too, right? I mean, it depends on the outlook for interest rates, inflation. At this point, net interest payments are, more than defense spending. You're talking 3% of nominal GDP is just paying interest. It's almost 20% of federal government revenue. So, that could get a lot worse if rates stay high and inflation stays high, or it can get better if the Fed starts cutting.
I mean, in other words, another way to frame this question is, do you think that the Treasury is making a call that longer-term interest rates are going to go lower, and that this isn't an opportune time to lock it in?
I can't peer into Janet Yellen's mind and actually I can try, but I do think though that the Treasury is trying to balance what they're seeing on the yield curve. I mean, if that's sort of what you're getting at, and I think that's probably an appropriate thing to do for short-term funding needs, right? We certainly have seen in the money markets a reasonable appetite for bills. I mean, you can see that in all of the money that gets parked at the reverse repo facility at the Fed. I mean, the money markets are still relatively awash in cash, high levels of reserves in the banking system. So that would indicate all else equal that there's a lot of capacity for bill issuance there.
You talked about fiscal policy, so there's more money coming out, but there's also more people, which is propping up this economy we're witnessing. How do you see this potentially changing next year?
Well, I mean, I think the budget choices get hard, which is one complication, but the presidential election, is a hugely consequential election for fiscal policy. If we think about what's unfolding in tax policy, most of the individual side of the 2017 tax cuts expires at the end of 2025. And because that's written into current law, that is something that Congress and the next administration are going to want to address, because otherwise it's going to be roughly a, almost $3 trillion tax increase over the subsequent 10 years. The plans to pay for that are likely going to look very different comparing the Democrats to the Republicans, but that could have a huge amount of impact on fiscal policy as we look out to 25 and 26.
Secretary Yellen got a grilling on this on Capitol Hill just yesterday. I'll bring a quote up from her statement. "We can make these investments while reducing the deficit by $3 trillion over a decade through a combination of smart savings and tax proposals." I want to bring in Mike McKee. Mike, down in Washington, you witnessed some of that hearing, I'm sure, watching the tape being played back. What did you think of the proposals coming out of the administration? How do they do this? Make these investments while reduce the deficit by $3 trillion over a decade?
Well, they haven't put out an exact plan yet, but the important point for the administration is they do not plan to increase taxes on anyone making $400,000 a year or less. Biden didn't mention that when he tweeted that the tax bills need to sunset because the deficit is too high. So there was a big back and forth up on the Hill about whether they would do that or not. Yellen insisting they will do that. But there's going to have to be a way to make up some of the difference between the two sides. Although we are going to have to also see, as Jonathan said, the results of the election, not only who's president, but who controls each house. If the Democrats are in charge of the House and Senate, it's obviously easier to let the tax provisions expire. But if not, then we may end up with a real fight on our hands over how far they're willing to go, both sides.
She really got a grilling on this because when Biden's campaign tweeted about this, he left out the fact that he wants to keep the tax cuts for families making under $400,000. But Mike, does this just come down to the point that they're going to pay for this by raising taxes on everyone else above that threshold?
Yes, what they've outlined in the past is that taxes go up for people above that threshold, of course, on a graduated basis, and business taxes, corporate taxes, will probably go up, but they won't go up to where they were before the original tax cuts. They'll go part of the way there. There was a hearing not long ago in which officials from the Biden administration were saying, look, the economy was fine with the tax. We would be fine with tax rates that are a little bit lower, but not as high as they were. We don't have to go all the way back. They'll try to sell it that way.
Jonathan Bingle's still with us, and I am curious, Jonathan, as you listen to all of these proposals, and you listened to Janet Yellen's hearing yesterday and her speech coming later this week, how much dispersion is there about your potential outcomes for the economy based on the divergence in tax and as well as tariff policy between the two candidates?
Yeah, I mean, we've written a fair bit on this, and it's a pretty big gap. I mean, in looking at some of the plans that have been put forward and what we can glean from the campaigns, it looks to us like, essentially a Republican sweep, so if former President Trump wins the presidency and the Republicans take both houses of Congress, that they would want to fully extend all of the tax cuts, potentially have some pay-fors, but also reduce some other taxes. And, the Biden administration, I mean, what you can glean both from, both from the president's budget proposals this year and last year, is, as Mike would say, they would, fully extend the tax cuts for those households making under 400 or potentially 450,000. Let taxes rise back to the old the old marginal rates for those making over. But then you could also work on corporate taxes, potentially raise the investment tax, and maybe even capital gains taxes for upper income individuals. Those are very different outcomes. I mean, you really are, over a 10-year budget window, talking about, trillions of dollars in differences between, what the deficits would look like under one set of plans or potential compromise or another. And I think we get the historical template for that is the expiration of the Bush tax cuts in 2012, which was very much a similar playbook. The tax cuts expired for the upper income households, were extended for those making under a certain threshold. So we sort of have run this playbook before, and we can see what sort of a divided government outcome might look like. But certainly the Republican wave offers a much different fiscal stance, potentially.
When does the deficit matter, then, economically? When is it actually a drag on the economy rather than a boost, and this sort of fuel for American exceptionalism?
Well, the deficit in some ways already matters. I mean, we saw last fall, term premium getting pushed around from the refunding announcements as we went from August, through November. And I think we could also make a case that, we're already making choices that are difficult, constrained by our, budget pressures, whether it's our defense spending, our geopolitical posture, our fiscal stance and fiscal position now, I think is already starting to influence policy and the choices we're making for the economy.
On this Fed day, how seriously do you take proposals of eliminating the Fed independence?
Well, I worry. My hope is that cooler heads would prevail. I think, Congress obviously would play a very important role in the ability of any administration through appointees or through legislation to try to alter the position of the Federal Reserve System. But, as a former Fed staffer, I think that, monetary policy independence is absolutely crucial for a well-functioning economy.
But it's mandated by Congress, something that potentially the president, former president, which maybe the future president could do unilaterally, is tariffs. And he talked about this extensively in this sit-down with Time magazine. And he said potentially that ring around the country that he calls it could be more than 10%. And he says, I also don't believe that the costs will go up that much. How inflationary is, say, a 10% or bigger tariff roll around the United States?
Well, if it's on everything, you could imagine that, this is going to feed through, pretty quickly and broadly to consumer prices. It's really going to hinge on, is it everybody? Is it just imports from China? I mean, I think that's sort of the crucial question that we're all trying to grapple with, right? Whether or not they really are going to follow through with this, and whether or not, Congress could have a role in stepping in. They've delegated a fair amount of trade authority to the executive branch in the U.S. through these various provisions, national security, trade, protectionism, et cetera. But, there is also a chance that, Congress could weigh on this issue as well and try to limit the amount and breadth of the tariffs, because it would impact other treaty arrangements that we have.
He can do a ton with executive action, that's for sure. Jonathan, it's good to see you. Jonathan Pingle there of UBS breaking down the data this morning. The ADP report about 30 minutes ago. Small upside surprise. And the Treasury refunding announcement of about 15 minutes ago. No big changes. Equity futures on the S&P negative by about 0.25%. With your Bloomberg brief, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. CVS shares down more than 13% pre-market. The pharmacy chain cut its yearly earnings outlook for the second quarter in a row. In a statement, CVS said the trend towards higher medical costs will persist throughout the year. If these losses hold, it would be CVS's biggest one-day drop since 2022. Barclays job cuts have arrived. Now, we reported a few months ago that Barclays was preparing to cut several hundred investment bankers, and those dismissals have started today. They focus on staffers in global markets, investment banking, and research, according to people familiar. The job cuts are part of a £2 billion cost savings drive, with a CEO under pressure to improve returns and catch up to rivals. Now, the stock market might not be able to rely on Fed cuts anytime soon, but it can surely rely on corporate buybacks to boost shares. New research from Goldman Sachs says that total share repurchases will surge 13% this year, and then next year they'll cross $1 trillion. More confidence in economic growth means that companies no longer feel the need to hoard cash. You've seen it in companies like Alphabet, whose hefty cash pile allowed it to buy back shares and announce its first ever dividend. That's your Bloomberg brief. John.
Danny, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next on the program, counting down to the Fed.
When you have all the components of a yield pointing towards higher yields and wider yields, it increases the confidence level and probability that you get to that level. We do see a test of 5% coming up.
That conversation just around a corner. That decision later this afternoon. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Look in the Hotels.com app to find your perfect somewhere.
This new Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. New Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Face need a reboot? Try this Bulldog Original Moisturizer. It's all-day hydration for your face. Looking good. And easy, eh? Bulldog understands men.
All you need is a minute. Show off your Minute Rice.
Of time, as we have seen.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
On the next episode of The Circuit, Barry Barra's risky plan to reinvent General Motors.
Doing what you've always done, if it's not working, you can't keep doing it. By 2035, our light-duty products will be all electric, because that's the future.
Watch new episodes of The Circuit on Bloomberg Originals.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech
spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
Equity futures just off the lows. Equity futures down about 0.25% on the S&P. Yields a little bit lower. The rally sticks, if you can call this a rally. We're down about a basis point or two on a 10-year. 466.34. Under surveillance this morning, counting down to the Fed.
When you have all the components of a yield pointing towards higher yields and wider yields, it increases the confidence level and probability that you get to that level. So that's how we're looking at it. And we do see a test of 5% coming up. We don't see us being sustainably above 5%, but we could go to 5.25%. But we do see lower rates by 1 year from this time. But we are tactically short now, and we will cover that at 5% and start going long.
US Treasuries coming off their worst monthly performance in more than a year as traders pair bets on Fed easing. Some looking for a retest of 5% on the US 10-year this morning, 466.34. Joining us now is Ira Jersey of Bloomberg Intelligence, looking ahead to that Fed decision and Chairman Powell news conference. Ira, wonderful to see you. What are you and the team looking for later this afternoon?
Yeah, so it's going to be devil in the details, I think, in particular. So firstly, any announcement or pre-announcement about quantitative tightening going from $60 billion of treasuries maybe to 30, but, that may not start until July at this point. But, certainly any announcements about that would potentially be a little bit of a dovish signal. But I do think that Jay Powell has to be very balanced. And the market certainly has edged that way over the last couple of weeks with options markets, options on SOFR futures now pricing for the chance of a hike, right? So people are hedging for that potential possibility, just given the economic data we've had.
What rhetoric in the statement and in the press conference do you expect to hear that could indicate that they're actually open to that versus just simply humoring a question on it? In other words, are you expecting to hear them say that the trend of disinflation has stalled out, has not been making progress, is really a more significant problem?
Yeah, so I would be listening for, in the opening remarks to the press conference in particular, Powell's been very regularly saying we've made a lot of progress on inflation. So saying something like you suggest, Lisa, like inflation, the progress on inflation hasn't been as, robust or as significant as we'd hoped. And because of that, we will continue to do whatever is necessary to make sure that inflation comes down to our target. I think that the Fed has a little bit of a challenge here because they've kind of boxed themselves into a corner by not having a more flexible inflation target, right? When they said that they had some kind of average inflation targeting, you can fudge that based on what your look back period is. But now that they're, continue to say, hey, we want to have a hard target of 2%, the possibility that they hike continues to go up as you get, good hard data. I know we've gotten, consumer confidence numbers and some survey data that's been weak, but most of the hard data that we've seen continues to be pretty good, and that's something that I think that the Fed is trying to grapple with, this idea that some of the forward-looking survey data just isn't working at the same lags that it has in the past. People are not spending their confidence, right? Or they're spending way more than their confidence, for example. So because of that, I think that the statement has to be at least a little bit on the hawkish side. Will it be more hawkish though than what they said over the last couple of weeks? I'm not sure that it will be. In fact, I think people might be disappointed that they're not more hawkish, particularly the bears and the people who have set shorts over the last couple of weeks in the Treasury market.
It sounds like you agree with a lot of people who say that right now this is a market that's positioned to actually rally, that you could see some sort of bears being blown out of their positions if the Fed doesn't deliver the hawkishness to the degree people are expecting. Is that a correct characterization?
Yeah, I think that's fair. In the Treasury market, technical levels matter a lot because people put in stops or reverses and the like. And so 4.7% on the 10-year yield will be that key today. So if we blow through that because of something in the statement that sounds hawkish, or if Chair Powell sounds hawkish in his opening remarks, and you blow through that, we can wind up, 475 or 490 even maybe by the end of the day. You have seen 15, 20 basis point moves on just a couple of statements here and there from out of the Fed. So that the market, I think, is kind of set up for either, a rally or a sell-off one way or the other, with 5% being in sight for sure. But then again, if we hold that 470 because he's not as hawkish, then you could wind up, retesting 450 in a hurry as well. So I don't think it's necessarily symmetric, but I do think that people are kind of set up and hedged for a more hawkish Federal Reserve.
Ira, we're 3 hours into this program, and up until now, I don't think anyone's mentioned taper QT once. Isn't that going to be a main event a little bit later?
Yeah, well, I did earlier. That is certainly something that we're going to be looking for. I think the challenge with tapering QT, that there's structural reasons to do it, right? And I think that there's people who say that the Fed's balance sheet is way too big and stuff, but the way that the banking sector is set up today, and the need for the amount of bank reserves to meet Basel regulations, is underappreciated by a lot of market participants who are outside of the nerds in the rate market like myself. But tapering QT doesn't necessarily stop the Federal Reserve from increasing interest rates or reducing interest rates at some point in the future. And I wouldn't take it as a dovish signal. I think that one thing Jay Powell has to do when he talks about QT is say, look, we're doing this to ensure appropriate market function and ensure the banking sector has the reserves that it needs to function properly. And they'll talk more about their financial their financial stability mandate in doing that, and they'll try. He needs to disconnect the QT element of this more from the rate element, right? So they haven't done, I think, a great job kind of separating the two at this point.
Up until now. Ira, thank you. Ira Jersey of Bloomberg Intelligence. Good to hear from you, sir. Fantastic lineup coming up a little bit later on this afternoon on the surveillance special, The Fed Decides. Here's the lineup for you. Bob Michael, JP Morgan, Kathy Jones, Charles Schwab, Matt Lazzetti, Deutsche Bank, the brilliant Mohammed Al-Aaron of Queen's College, Cambridge, Diane Swank of KPMG, Bank of America's Michael Gapin, former New York Fed President Bill Dudley, and Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock. It does not get any better than this. The program starts at 1:30 Eastern Time. The decision at 2 p.m. From New York, this was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Years, you created an institute, the Jane Goodall Institute, and what is that designed to do?
Well, that was started in 1977, when by then I had a little research station, and 4 of my students were kidnapped, and everything shut down. And so some friends of mine said, well, let's start an institute so that this research can carry on. Bless them. So that was 1977, and it was set up to study, conserve chimpanzees and other animals and educate. And it's developed since then. So it's, we've got 27 Jane Goodall Institutes around the world. And then I realized at some point that the African people living in and around chimpanzee habitats right across Africa were struggling to survive. There was crippling poverty, lack of health and education, moving deeper into the forest, being exposed to diseases like Ebola and HIV from the chimpanzees and vice versa. It hit me. If we don't help these people to find ways of making a living without destroying their environment, conservation won't work.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. I'm a former New York Yankee and played professional
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently May the 1st, so start of a new month here. We're kicking off things, and as of now, the markets are actually set to gap down a bit on the back of some weakness. You have obviously you've had Amazon, SMCI, AMD report earnings. Those are your big household names. Amazon right now pushing up here steadily. Actually up in the pre-market a decent chunk here. It's now pushing up about 3.8%, 3.9%. SMCI has fallen. It's down a little bit here if you look at the daily chart. SMCI is under pressure. AMD is also under pressure. So both of those names have gapped down. About $100 on SMCI, just a little more actually. SMCI hit a low down here around this impulse green bar, bouncing off the lows a little bit. You can see AMD closing at 158 yesterday, now looking to open around that 149, 150 zone. Just give me 1 minute, guys. Just 1 minute. Alright guys, so the market's set to open in about 9 minutes. 9 minutes we will be opening. Couple stocks that I'm watching today, obviously SMCI, AMD. I think that the semis could actually get a bounce today. There might be a scenario where we actually see some accumulation today, obviously with the S&P gapping down, QQQ gapping down. I think we could see a little bit of a buy the dip come into play. If you look at this move on the, actually we'll do the QQQ. Morning, Ram. Obviously, it is the FOMC day today, so expect a lot of movements. But you can see the QQQ is back testing that little neckline breakout zone. It's better on the hourly chart. You can see it. So there is some support here. You're at that 50% retrace. Maybe we can flush the 618, but there is some support here on the Qs in this range. There's definitely some support in this range. Tesla's coming down. I may look to pull some profits members off of that Tesla put option that we took when it was in the 190s. So QQQ gapping down right now, guys. Obviously, there is a lot of weakness in the pre-market. You have Nvidia down 1.2, Amazon up 3.7, Google slightly green, Meta slightly red, Eli Lilly, Visa, Tesla down, Apple slightly red, Microsoft up 1.2. So there is a scenario where this market can bounce in this range, guys. There's definitely a scenario where we can bounce and catch a bit of a rally and bid. So I'll be watching both the Qs for a long, AMD, SMCI for a long. But I just want to see how they shake up. I really don't care if I miss a trade here this morning because obviously FOMC at 2 is going to present itself some significant volatility. So I mean, that's why I haven't really discussed too many trade setups yet this morning, even though you have SMCI down. Really the only levels that I like on these names is really SMCI, maybe at 690, but we've been putting in bear consolidation here. AMD, again, I would like to see it retest its lows before I get interested in this name. I'm just going to flip things back to the regular hours, regular trading session, since we are in the extended hours as of now. Right now, heading into things, you do have yields down across all time frames. This is gold, silver, slightly green. The VIX is catching a bid, dollar down. I'm looking at a long trade off the open on the Qs. Just want to see if we flush. Markets are open. All right, guys, I'm going to go long the Qs here. 422.88. Long the Qs. 422.88. This is a 1/4 position. 422.88. This is a 1/4 position. PayPal getting rocked, AMD still down, SMCI still struggling a touch here. Good morning everybody. We're in the swing of things already. We are long the Qs. We are long the QQQ, 422.98. I repeat, long the Qs, 422.98. Alright guys, so we're long this QQQ trade off the open at 422.98. This is a starter position. I repeat, it's a starter position, 422.98. AMD obviously still struggling, SMCI still struggling. Next ad level on the Qs is basically $1 lower, 421.98. And then obviously at our gap, at our 618 here. Qs are coming down a little bit more now. You are seeing a bit of a bid in Intel. That one's trying to firm up. MicroStrategy sitting on that EMA 113. Guys, I'm going to look at MSTR. MSTR is a long trade, and I just got filled at 1018. 1018, $1,018 long MSTR, 1,018 bucks. Long MSTR at 1,018. I think this one can go from a red to green reversal. So we're long the Qs, long MSTR, both are high risk. SMCI still falling sharply here. Nvidia's under pressure, Amazon's coming in a bit, Bitcoin's falling some more. Bitcoin's coming down to 57,000 and falling. Dixie's still weak. VIX green. QQQ going lower again. Next ad level on the Qs is really coming down. You can see AMD's hitting support. That's a big level for AMD. That's where I would incline to go long, right at this 145.50 zone. That's where I would be inclined to go long AMD. Bitcoin's still struggling here. MicroStrategy also struggling a touch. Qs are coming back down. Big bounce in MicroStrategy coming into play here. So far, a bunch of mixed price action at the moment. You are seeing many sectors green, but there's still some weakness across the board in the semis. Obviously, MicroStrategy is trying to catch a bid. QQQ trying to catch a bid. AMD is catching a bid. So again, we're long the Qs, starter position, long MSTR. Let's see what we can get here. MSTR has actually gapped down, so we'll just flip that one back to regular trading hours. So we can see the gap. Nice bump up on MSTR, guys. That one's starting to move quickly here. Bitcoin getting bought right back up. SMCI still weak at the moment. Tesla's obviously firmed up off of the lows a touch here. Nice bump up in SMCI. I'm still holding that one alongside. I think this one can actually go green today. So obviously if MSTR goes green, that would be a nice win in our pocket. And again, everyone had the opportunity to get in that trade because it did even dip lower than my original entry. Still holding Qs. Okay, sounds good, guys. Yeah, I'll provide some more insight on them, Ram, just as we monitor these day trades. Let's just, before we start mentioning anything, we'll just continue to watch these trades at the moment. Again, members did get a new alert today for a brand new position. Bitcoin still struggling a touch. Google coming in. Amazon trying to come in. Tesla trying to bounce here. MSTR still acting well. Let's see if they want to give this market a facelift into Powell, or if they kind of just chop us in a range and distribute us. There's a few different things that could happen. Still riding MSTR and the Qs long. We are long two positions, QQQ and MSTR. Okay. Bitcoin still struggling under pressure at the moment. Apple slightly negative but trying to firm up. Microsoft's up 1%. Nvidia's trying to catch a bid but still down 1.6%. Backtesting the 7-day moving average. Tesla slightly negative, down by 0.46%. Biogen continuing. Humana trying to catch a bid. MSTR still trying to press a little bit here. Again, it is FOMC day. I'll be taking a little bit of an extended break over lunch, and then we will look to be coming back for the afternoon session. 2 o'clock, we have the interest rate decision, as well as Jay Powell at 2:30. So it's going to be a pretty important day. MSTR getting slapped right back down. Bitcoin still coming in a touch. S&P 500 getting hit here. Bitcoin still struggling a bit. QQQ now in the green. That's seeing some positive reactions, trying to press higher here. Nvidia trying to push higher. SMCI is catching a bid. Still holding long the Qs, guys. Still holding long MSTR. We're in the green on both. I repeat, we are in the green on both. Members did receive a new buy alert for a different position today. Bitcoin and MSTR still trying to firm up. Our Qs are still trying to act well. MSTR is still trying to firm up. PayPal is getting rocked at the moment. Apple's trying to go green. Meta's catching a really big bid here. Tesla still negative, Ford, Meta positive, Snap positive, Intel's trying to go green, Amazon up 3.46%. There comes a little bit of weakness back into the market. Q's seeing some sell side. Microsoft is being observed with some weakness. Google still up 0.5%. Bigger buy coming back into Nvidia. We're seeing MicroStrategy still trying to firm up here across the board. MSTR, big bid coming in, guys. Let's see if we can take this from red to green. Bitcoin still really hasn't started bouncing. It's still down 5.19% on Bitcoin. And MSTR is tagging a very, very strong daily chart support level. It's the EMA 113. Your EMA 113 is being tagged. MSTR getting slightly rejected. Intel coming down. Nat gas stocks are under a little bit of pressure. Yeah, I am, but honestly, this is a scenario where those lotto plays, Bart, are not going to work out well. You know, we took 185 calls, 192.50s, and those are not going to get in the money. So the premium has been basically annihilated on those calls. So there's still a chance that they can get. I mean, we have till the end of the week, but really, it's not good that when you don't open above your strike zone on earnings, basically those calls and puts are definitely not as powerful. A lot of weakness. Oil trying to break down, but getting gobbled up here at $80.50 a barrel. Again, that's why earnings is a risk, because Amazon really didn't make that sizable move. That was kind of to be expected. It really didn't have a big pump. It didn't have a big dump. Bitcoin trying to find a little bit of a bottom here. Still holding the QQQ long as well as the MSTR long. Amazon strong stock can easily reach 200. Yeah, it can. It can if the market stays strong, right? Just keep in mind that these stocks have to usually have a strong market to press higher. All right, guys, we're still seeing MSTR being accumulated here. Bitcoin's trying to put in a little bit of a reversal. Take a look at the SP. That's still struggling here at 501. If we look at some of the market movers on this list, some interesting names. Tech, biotech up 20%. Garmin's catching a bid here. DuPont up 8.5%. Pfizer catching a nice bid. Amazon, Johnson & Johnson, Warner Bros. Then you have CVS down 18%. Starbucks getting wrecked. Skyworks, SMCI. So a lot of quality names down quite substantially on the session, guys. Quite substantially. MSTR, we're still waiting on MSTR. Still think that name can likely try to firm up a bit more. Seeing Humana acting well off that 300 level. Intel's now coming down a touch, so QQQ still under pressure. Really hasn't made an opening range breakout. Still have yield soft, dollar soft at the moment. VIX slightly green. Apple slightly green. Nvidia down 2. Microsoft up half. AMD down 6. SMCI down 13. Tesla down 0.6. AVGO down 2. Now MSTR is coming for a little bit of another wave of selling. SMCI is being sold into. Qs are coming back down a touch. Glad you never got into Skyworks. Yeah, I know. Crazy, crazy gap down, right? Crazy gap down. Bitcoin's still weak. It really hasn't firmed up, but Starbucks down huge on the session, trading at 74.82. I want to see if there's a level on Starbucks here. Yeah, that type of chart really only at your double bottom gets me interested. So $68, that's where it looks like it wants to go. You have a gap fill sitting at $72, so there might be an area where that can bounce a little bit. But horrendous price action in Starbucks. Quite extraordinary. Meta's still holding on to some green here. Canopy Growth down 19%. Aurora down big. So, I mean, this is an example of where you get a mania pop on some news in cannabis sectors and then they get absolutely decimated today. Still holding gains from yesterday, but definitely a big drawdown in cannabis stocks is not positive at the moment. You had a lot of breakout stocks on watch and they've been decimated. Boeing here is ripping. That's up 1.11%, so nice to be long Boeing at the moment. MSTR, still waiting on MSTR and the Qs. We're still holding both positions, green on the Qs, green on MSTR. Looking at SMCI and AMD here might be a potential long trade, but I really haven't wanted to jump into the semis just quite yet. A semiconductor that I like better is Intel, just because that one's gone through more of a precipitous fall. It's had its earnings out of the way. Lots of sell side, extremely oversold. I think Intel is one of the most oversold level it's ever been in its stock history. Typically you will get a bounce. S&P 500 stocks like that typically do get a bounce. Bitcoin still weakening a touch here, trying to come down again. Qs are still trying to hold steady. MicroStrategy seeing a little more sell side. QQQ looks to be potentially in trouble here. Big bounce in NYCB after earnings. Yeah, there was a headline on NYCB. Let me just find that headline. Oh yeah, so the New York Community Bank CEO gave some guidance, gave 2-year guidance, plan for clear profitability. So that's why NYCB is bouncing here. SMTC, you bought a small position? Yeah, I do remember NEO. We're all out of that one, but that was a sympathy play with Tesla. Made a nice little chunk there. Qs, MSTR all coming back down. So you're seeing a little bit of weakness creeping back into the equity markets at this point. SMCI almost touching its pre-market low off of its earnings gap down. So not really positive price action for SMCI. PayPal getting hit really, really hard here. Bitcoin still seeing some sellers. It's now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive 10-minute down candles on Bitcoin. Still down about 5.48%. A couple people looking at Coinbase. Let's take a look at Coin. And again, I do like the crypto stocks here as an oversold dead cat bounce play at the minimum. You can see Coin has actually gone green, so expect MSTR to firm up as well. Obviously Bitcoin's weak right now. It's gone through a nice flush. There is some support here, being the fact that you've breached the daily 100, the EMA 113, pretty harsh sell side pressure. There might be one more little 3-bar move down, but there is some support here on Bitcoin daily chart. I'll show you that. All right, guys, QQQ is coming down a little bit more at the moment. A little bit more downside on the Qs coming into play. Same thing with MSTR. But you look at Bitcoin, obviously everyone's watching the fact that it's triggered this key neckline. You've broken this on the daily chart now. Not a positive sign for Bitcoin in the near term. However, if we remove all that fluff, all right, Qs are coming into our next add level, guys. QQQ I will be adding to the long position. Again, this would be our first add. You can see this little support channel that Bitcoin needs to recapture if it wants to bounce a little bit. The moment Bitcoin's still falling off of a little bit of a down move here. SMCI's at the lows, AMD near the lows, Nvidia near the lows, Google, Meta, Amazon still strong at the moment. In terms of sector performance, regionals are outperforming, up 1.79%. Materials, communications, real estate strong. You have weakness in consumer discretionary, XLV, healthcare, utilities, staples, tech, industrials, financials, and energy. Majority of the sectors are red across the market. Majority of the sectors are red, but still pockets of strength and still names that I think could firm up here. And MSTR seeing another little buy program. Same thing with the Qs. Bitcoin, really no bounce yet in Bitcoin, guys. If you want to take a stab at SMCI here, I have no problems. That's an area where you could get a technical bounce. One of the stocks that members are mentioned SMTC, Semtech Corporation. That one is obviously a very strong chart on the weekly chart. You've actually broken out of a beautiful, that's actually a beautiful looking chart on this SMTC. So it's common sense, just picked up a tiny position. So I mean, if we look at that name, that one's actually, it's a weekly time frame that I'm looking at it. I mean, you do have some strength on the daily, but it's definitely more of a, look at that nice little breakout. Strong stock, little extended, but does have power to continue its medium-term trend. Likely will push higher. All right, a big bounce in the Qs coming in, but then a big wick down. Crazy price action coming in. But look at this little breakout on this SMTC. That's a clean break above these key pivots. You've now broken out of what looks to be a stage 1 basing formation. You have an inverse head and shoulders pattern off of the low here. So it does signify potentially some more upside. I would wait as long as I think 35 is your buyable level. This is your new support, $35. If you can stay above there, there should be some fairly sizable upside left in the tank for this name. All right, let's flip back to the QQQ. Qs are still struggling in this range. I did add to my position, guys, at 421.98. We wicked down there, 421.98. We're currently on that level. I repeat, I did get my second fill, 421.98, off of that crazy data move, 10 o'clock. So my average is now sitting here at 421.49. Still holding MSTR and the QQQ long. Okay. Nvidia did make new lows. Meta's still trying to grind higher. MSTR trying to firm up here. Russell 2000's actually gone green, so that might put a little bit of positive sentiment shift into the market, guys. The Russell going green when mega cap tech is lagging is a bit of a forward-looking indicator that this market could bounce. So just recognize that. It's a positive sign when the Russell can firm up. Now it's back to the red side, but that Russell chart is looking like it's trying to really firm up here. Again, Google pushing, breaking out. Meta looks like it wants to break out here. Microsoft was up much firmer in the pre-market and it's faded a little bit, but still holding some strength, even though the indices are red. Apple's green, Microsoft green. Some green starting to appear on the screen. Canopy still down 22%. Wowzers. Good thing we closed some of our positions yesterday on those marijuana names. Wow, NEO up 6.99%. Didn't even see that. Now I know why you mentioned it. Damn. Humana making a nice move today. That one's looking like it's a bit firmer in price action. Now Bitcoin's trying to firm up as well, so let's see if we can get Bitcoin to actually start to perform a little bit here. That would help our MSTR trade. Yeah, MJ getting pounded. Absolutely is. Still a really weak bounce for the Qs, really weak bounce for Bitcoin. Dollar still holding above 106, so it's making it quite difficult to firm up here. Still a ton of weakness in the semis. SMCI down 15, AMD down 6.5, QQQ down 0.59, Nvidia's down now 3%. Looks like Nvidia might want to go for its 826 gap fill, 826.50. Nvidia has a really big gap fill, so it looks like it maybe wants to press there in the near term. We'll have to watch that accordingly. Oil's catching a nice bounce now. That one's gone back into the 81 zone. CGC is at a 50% fib hit for the 5-minute oversold. May bounce. Sure, let's look at CGC. I'll pull it up on my other screen here just so I'm not interfering with what we're watching. And if there's a trade set up there, we might have a little bit of a long signal. Yeah, you're right. 50% retrace on the fib. Qs are coming lower, guys. Qs are coming lower. Yeah, you're already getting a bounce on Canopy at that zone, that 50% retrace. So I think you could try to play it there on the long side. Whoops. That's not a bad area, guys. That's not a bad area on CGC. SMCI is tapping its earnings gap down low right now. So that one's continued to see some weakness. I do have a buy level on SMCI, guys. CGC trying to hold steady a touch here. You can see it's kissing this zone right now and trying to firm up. Again, the Russell's gone positive. That's generally helpful for the market. Guys, SMCI at this 720 range is decent. I'm looking at this CGC as well. I'll let you know if I take it. I'm still holding MSTR and the QQQ long. MSTR and the QQQ long. Still have Amazon up about 3%, but coming in. Meta, Google are ripping here. They're looking phenomenally strong at the moment. Tesla's still struggling. There goes MSTR trying to firm up again. Again, I still think MSTR has the ability to go green. It's going to try to catch up to its counterparties like Mara and Coin. CGC getting a nice sizable bid. So again, if you're in CGC, just keep those tight stops in that name because there's still a lot of overwhelming selling occurring in the market. You just want to be mindful that there's still potential for big sell side pressure in those names. But CGC is trying to firm up here. Still long MSTR and the Qs. Qs were down, MSTR were green. I am looking at potentially NVIDIA at that 826.50 gap for a long. So NVIDIA is coming up into a big gap zone. And I think that's where you could also play SMCI on the long side. SMCI might give you a little bit more alpha. Definitely a little bit more riskier. Qs are now trying to bounce. Again, the gap fill on NVIDIA sits right here at around that 825, 826 zone. Qs are getting a nice bounce. MicroStrategy trading at 1,040. Bitcoin still down 5.3, trying to bounce at 57.4. MSOS only went to the 3.8 fib. Interesting observation there. That means that there's some relative strength in the overall chart of MSOS. When you compare the fact that the CGC retraced lower, shows that there's definitely some relative strength in the MSOS ETF for the time being. Obviously, it's lagged CGC. CGC had a much bigger move yesterday. Humana's still strong. It's trying to firm up. Bitcoin's still struggling a touch here. QQQ still weak. NVIDIA new lows. So there goes NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA. It doesn't help Bitcoin either when NVIDIA is falling. SMCI just took out its gap down low, guys. SMCI just took down its earnings gap down low. So it is falling. It is falling sharply. Let's look at SMCI here. Again, I do have a long level that I'm interested in. Again, we're only likely going to see Bitcoin probably firm up when the Qs and Nvidia kind of put in a little bit of a bottom. But 826.50, guys, that's a long level on Nvidia. Just recognize 826.50 to about 820. There's about a $5-6 range that it could bounce in. Qs are coming lower. Take a look at the Qs. Next ad level on the Qs at 421. That would be our third entry. And then the final entry is at 420.50. 420.50. So right now we have a half position, still looking to accumulate more if we flush a bit lower. New lows. And again, SMCI at, let me just take a look where it is. SMCI below 710 gets me extremely interested. So below 710 here gets me interested in potentially an accumulation. Seeing Bitcoin coming down a touch more. Same thing with MSTR. Same thing with Nvidia. Amazon now curling down. Meta's running into some resistance. Apple's still green. Microsoft's still green. Google's still green. Meta's still green. Amazon green. It's really just semis and Tesla kind of struggling in this range. Bitcoin's also struggling at the moment. CGC right back down to that 50% retrace. I know it could get schwacked this afternoon, but are we seeing a rotation into XBI? Let me just pull up that chart on my other screen, Laura. Yeah, XBI is strong right now. That's up 1.39%. That's because regionals are strong. Those have a high correlation of doing well today. Regional banks are up 2.19%. So whenever regionals are firm, you often will see liquidity flow into the biotech sector. So you are seeing potentially a rotation, but again, this just had 3 or 4 weeks of consecutive downside selling and is getting a bit of a dead cat bounce. MSTR going lower, guys. MSTR is going lower. Bitcoin's trying to break 57K again. Not a healthy sign for Bitcoin at the moment. Again, Bitcoin's weekly chart support. It has its weekly 20 moving average sitting at 55,424. That's Bitcoin's weekly 20 moving average. Bitcoin's still falling a touch here coming in. Weak market, weak crypto. Qs are trying to find some buyers in this range. Nvidia is still off of that gap. Hey Tom, I'm actually all out of Boyle with my members. I sold that I think it was a couple weeks ago, to be honest. Boyle. I think we sold it when it was April 24th. We sold our Boyle. Tesla going lower, guys. There goes SMCI making new lows. Bitcoin still struggling here. All right, guys. Anything below 710 gets me extremely interested on SMCI. This is a high risk play. This one's a low float. It has a typical tendency to overshoot in both directions. Yep, CGC keeps bouncing off that high pivot. That's right. I still think we're going to get a bit of a facelift into the FOMC meeting. I see the QQQ. Here we have MicroStrategy trying for a big bounce in MSTR, guys. Big bounce. Never hit my level. Nvidia still off of the gap, but we are seeing some accumulation. If you buy QQQ calls, if I buy, what should my expiration be to be on the safe side? It really depends how much you're looking to make, right? Obviously, shorter duration, you're going to get more outsized gains. Are you looking for a little bit of a trade going into FOMC? Or are you looking to hold something farther out, like 3 or 6 months? You know, if you're just looking for an FOMC trade, I think we get a push into FOMC, a push on FOMC, and then a reversal maybe a day or two later. SMCI, really big bid there, really sizable rally. Bitcoin's trying to make a little bit of reversal here. Heavy volume coming in on crypto, guys. Watch crypto, watch crypto. Russell's still negative. S&P still negative. Qs are still negative. But I'm seeing Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Google ripping pretty sharply here. A little bit of reversal coming into SMCI. That'll be helpful for AMD and NVIDIA. So this is where we could see a little bit of a market push. Just be aware. We could see a bit of a market push here. Dollar's starting to soften quite substantially at the moment. Still waiting on the Qs to firm up here. Waiting on MSTR. Bitcoin trying. Short term, honestly, either today, expiry if you're looking for a big outsized move, but just recognize it's a risk. It's a gamble. We don't know how the market's going to react to the Fed. Many people say they do, but we don't know. So, I mean, you can either do today's expiry or the end of the week. If you're wanting to roll something into next week, then the end of the week next week is fine. But my bias going into this meeting is a bit more upside. It could change. If we rally sharply into the meeting, then I think we could dump. But if we stay in this level, then I think we're going to get a pop into the meeting. And again, Powell's come out dovish the last couple print. Powell has been dovish. Oil still has fallen. Nat gas under pressure. So Ram, I'm looking at QQQ 425 calls and 428 calls. Expiring end of the week, so May 3rd, so Friday. That's what I'm looking at. All right, big bounce in MSTR coming into play, guys. I'm seeing some accumulation creeping back in to the crypto market. Still have weakness in semis. Tremendous weakness in semis. Apple's looking very, very strong at the moment. Google's still ripping. Here comes Bitcoin, potentially putting in a little bit of a reversal. Let's see if Bitcoin can recapture 58,000. If Bitcoin can recapture 58,000, it has a shot to push back to about 59.3. Nice, Ram. Nice job. Sounds like some good trades there. Qs just can't seem to firm up in this range. Every single little attempt at a bit of a bottom, they get sold into a little bit more. MSTR is trying to firm up. Again, we have a half position long in the Qs. We have a starter position in MSTR off that 1,018 level. So we're slightly down on the Qs, in the green on MSTR, but still looking for this market to firm up off of the lows here. Nat gas, oil coming in, yield still soft. Dixie's negative. Potential 1 minute inverse head and shoulders forming on the Qs here. Apple's continuing to push. Tesla's still weak at the moment. Members, I just exited my Tesla 170 put that we took a couple days ago. MSTR still trying to firm up here. QQQ getting a nice bounce. Look at the bounce in the Qs, guys. Nice bounce. Nice bounce in the Qs. Trying to come into fruition here. Dollar softening here. Yields are still softening. QQQ is trying to break out. This could be a squeeze zone. We start convincingly. We got a nice 1 minute close above this heavy red bar. The next thing we need to get, this was our data candle at 10 a.m. This little spike up, spike down, that's what we need to get above. We clear this little pivot high at around 422.95. Qs are going to push for its gap fill. Right back down, they're getting hit. I probably just need another coffee, Ram. Nice turnaround in Humana, HUM. Yep, Humana has had a nice turnaround. That's whoa! I didn't even see that. That's a huge big bid on HUM. Look at that, guys. Look at that candle to the upside. That's a nice move on Humana. Yep, I like that. MSTR still trying to firm up, guys. Nvidia is trying to put in 3 consecutive positive candles with higher closes on the 10-minute chart. So that's a short-term positive for semis. That likely means some of the sell-side pressure in semis is starting to abate and wane, which means that, again, Qs can break out. A little bit of an inverse head and shoulders base we're forming here, guys. We have a left shoulder on the Qs. We have a head. Now we're carving out a right shoulder. So basically, if we calculate this upside target, if we start to break through this little trend line now that we have a little bit of a high pivot, then we could have a nice little rally here in the Qs. It is shaping up to be, I think, a bit of a reversal to the upside. Again, we gap down. Gap downs are notorious for being bought up and gobbled up on the long side. And keep in mind, you know, obviously semis are weak right now. The QQQ really isn't all that bad at the moment, but we could easily see if we can get above this little neckline, then we have a bit of a breakout attempt all the way back up to about this 424 resistance. Your gap fill just sits slightly above that at around 424.50. Bitcoin's still trying to firm up here, but it hasn't really gotten ahead of itself here. That one's coming in. SPX still trying to push. Again, we're still long the Qs. We're basically down 7 cents. We're in the money on MSTR. Looking at SMCI, potentially AMD might be a better risk to reward. You know, NYCB up 25%. The CTMX up 218. Wow, crazy. Meta's up 1. Snap's up. Pfizer, SoFi, Nvidia still down 2.8 on the session. Still no breakout in the Qs just yet, guys. We're still long at 422.49. Alright, guys, I'm going to actually have to step away here. I have a few things to tend to, but I will be back in the afternoon, so I'll keep the stream running. I'm still holding. I may put some position updates in the chat. So I'm still going to hold MSTR. I'm going to hold the Qs. And if anything changes, I will update the YouTube chat, okay? Again, my profit target for the Qs is a move into this downsloping resistance. So call it a 424, 423 and a quarter. Anything in that range is a good target, a profit target. If you were a little bit more aggressive and you want to hold to the gap, I still think that is a feasible target itself. But you have 3 resistance levels. One is this 423 and a quarter. The next is this 424.32. That's your upside measured move, and then obviously your gap fill. But the rate the Qs are accumulating, I still see a bit of a bounce set to occur in this market. Alright guys, on that note, thank you all for tuning into the morning stream. Again, we're in the green on a couple positions here. And we're looking for some further upside on MSTR. MSTR, I think MSTR is probably going to push all the way up today. I think it's just going to grind higher into the Fed meeting. I think it could push to about 1100. That's a really good profit target. If you're conservative, then I think this gap fill at about 1064. Again, you have had Coin Amerigo negative at the moment, but they were positive for most of the morning session at the moment. So I'll step away. I'll be back for the FOMC interest rate decision. That is the big 2 o'clock meeting. And then you have Powell's press conference at 2:30. So I'll be back for both of those. And hopefully we can catch a little bit of a volatility event. Until then, just trade carefully. We could be range bound in this market. We don't have to break out, but I still think there's a lot of signals pointing to a bit of a breakout here with Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Google firming up here. We just need Nvidia to firm up, and that should help lift some semiconductor complex names. Okay. All right, thanks guys. We'll see you in a little bit. Let's see if we can get a quick little breakout here on the Qs. Maybe I can take profits with you guys on the stream. Here we go. Here we're testing the neckline. Let's see what we're reading here. Come on, Qs. Give us a little breakout. You know, there is a tendency that they'd like to keep us range bound on FOMC days. But again, we're a bit of oversold intraday, so I still think that we could firm. And then watch that small cap. If small caps try to flip green, that's signaling a little bit more bullish sentiment. Here we go on the Qs, guys. Here we go on the Qs. Let's see if we can rock and roll this freight train to the upside. Come on. Give us the big push. Qs are breaking out here, guys. We are seeing the price firm up. A little bit of rejection coming into play. Hey guys, welcome back to the stream here. So basically we have about 33 minutes until the interest rate decision. So you're going to get two reactions. The rate decision volatility, and then the 2:30 time frame you're going to get Jerome Powell, who is set to obviously speak later today at 2:30. So again, all eyes will be on the markets, interest rates, yields. Expectations is for a hold. I like the fact that the markets have gone through a bit of a sell-off heading into this. It does lessen the expectations. Likely means that we could actually see a bit of a move higher. So again, I'm still long the QQQ at this 421.86 level. Still only have a 3/4 position. My last entry is down here at 420.50. You can see we came close to hitting it today. This is potentially the first higher low in the Qs. So QQQ has been making lower highs, lower lows all day. This is your first sell-off, holding your higher low potential and trying to make now a higher high. So if the Qs can break out of this, then there is some power to the upside ahead. Obviously, we're still also holding MSTR. If you look at SMCI, that's putting in a bit of a basing formation here. Had an attempt at breaking out. Now it's carving almost like this inverse head and shoulders pattern. But again, look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's really firming up here across the board, catching a nice bid. So that should help our MSTR trade on the long side, guys. So I think going into the Fed, again, we're going to have a couple different moves. We're going to have that initial pop, likely. That generally the first pop does get faded. And if you hold most of the gains off of the first pop, there's often a continuation move. So we'll see if the markets catch a bit of a bid. Obviously, Nvidia has been pummeled, down 5%. AMD down 8.9. SMCI down 14.6 right now. Tesla down 1.8. 10-year going into this is at 0.66%. The 20 years at 0.65. The 2 years also important. That's setting at 5%, up 0.32. So again, I still leaning slightly more tactfully bullish heading into this nice little pump on MSTR, guys. Again, we're still holding that one on the long side. So it's good to see that crypto and the likes are trying to firm up here. QQQ, if it can break this little downtrend, this market has quite a bit of upside left in the tank. And you could get a little bit of a pre-momentum push. Again, right now the Qs are down about 0.63%. Look at MSTR go, guys. This is a nice mover. I'm still long. We're up about off this 1018 level. Again, we're long off 1018. And in case your average isn't as good as 1018, which has kind of been tested twice here today, I do have a secondary position in another count at 1029, long MSTR. Alright, so right now you have Google still floundering, falling softly. And NEO's the mover. Canopy growth down 30% at the session. Markets are red across the board heading into this. Nat gas is flat. Oil right now is slightly, actually oil's down drastically, 2.84%. Wow. Wow, that even makes me more bullish the market. I didn't actually see that price action. I've been away, but oil getting clapped here to the downside. This changes the inflation expectations, guys. This changes the inflation expectations drastically. Oil now trading at 78. Starting the month of May off on a really rough footing here, down sharply in the session. Look at this breakdown on oil. That's triggering a head and shoulders on the daily. So now this is where in the near term we got to identify, is oil selling off because of potential recessionary demands? Is oil selling off because of tensions in the Middle East subsiding? But ultimately, oil falling to these levels is now putting more of a disinflationary pressure on not this next CPI that's coming up. We have, obviously, we're in the month of May that just rolled over. So the next CPI data is going to be taking into account April, last month's data. So now we look, if oil has a bad month in May, then that could push the June CPI in favor, and you could see bullish reaction in June. And the market will start to price that in. I still think the next month's CPI, which we get in the middle of the month, probably around somewhere between the 10th and the 16th, I'd have to double check, that's probably going to come in still hotter. But with oil now falling, it's looking a little bit weaker, and this does have more downside, this potential pattern. Obviously, FOMC day, oil can easily reverse if the dollar firms up here, but the dollar trading above 106 is really now putting pressure on oil. And the dollar's at a key inflection point. It's at a near-term potential of triggering a bull flag. So definitely definitely going to be an interesting Fed member. If Powell comes out too soft, I think you'll see commodities start to rip again. That's kind of what happened with the last two meetings, or the last two times we've heard from Powell. He's come out pretty dovish, and that sent commodities ripping, which actually Powell himself, with his dovish narrative, changed kind of the narrative for the bond market. It actually forced yields much higher based off of his dovish expectations. All right, guys, we're still seeing the Qs trying to break this little down sloping trend line here. Guys, this is a big move coming into the Qs. Remember, we're still long, we're still riding the QQQ positions and the MSTR. I'm looking for MSTR to go green, especially with this oil price action. This lessens, you know, Powell heading into this meeting, this is kind of what he exactly wanted, was a big decline in oil. Down 2.75. That does give him a little bit of breathing room, in my opinion, which makes me think that that this can rally. A nice equity market sell-off followed by a decline in the energy prices here. That's kind of, I think, best case scenario for what Powell wants. Very interesting to see. Quite interesting to see. MSTR is still holding up nicely, trying to push higher. QQQs on watch for that breakout. Guys, QQQ is ripping here. This is a face ripper that's coming in. So again, this was to be expected. This is what you wanted to see if you're bullish going into this meeting. A nice sell-off lessens the expectation. Again, we're still long, holding 3/4 position on the Qs at this 421.86 level. 421.86. We are still net long the Qs. And again, there's a really sizable trend line that I'm watching on the Qs. Look at MSTR go, guys. Let's see what SMCI is doing too. That one could be a ripper. But there's a trend line I'm watching on the Qs that we broke. And it's this trend line. I think we could actually retest it. Potentially even today. And the trend line I'm watching is this upsloping. Whoops. So there's this key trend line I think the markets could back test to, which puts us, you know, roughly up to about 425.60. Not a positive sign that we're back below that neckline right now on the Qs, but still a potential to move higher. Apple curling down, Microsoft pushing up, Nvidia pushing up. So this little push in the Qs was primarily from Nvidia catching a really sizable spike. You can see the Qs have now had a short-term breakout out of this little downtrend. Technically speaking, if you want to use this pivot high, you haven't officially had one. So I mean, I'm still pretty optimistic that we're probably see a move. Still a nice little trend continuing in MSTR. Trying to go from red to green. SMCI still down 14.6. Maybe I'll see if I can find a... I'll stream the Powell presser conference here. I'll stream it on the stream. I'm actually just going to pull up a link for the Fed. Since the market's quiet here, let's just take you into some of the movers. Bitcoin right now trading at about 57,000. Ready for FOMC and Powell? Yes, I am, Daisy May. Thank you. Complete massacre in Starbucks here. Kraft Heinz ketchup, look at that. Down 6.76%. Kraft Heinz getting hit really hard today as well. Oil trading at $78.90 a barrel. You do have Nvidia trying to firm up here. Bitcoin's still trying to push. Here comes MSTR, guys. It's trying to firm up again and challenge this little resistance pivot. Qs are also trying to perk up again, back testing this little trendline breakout. We're still long both MSTR and QQQ. And those are the two positions we are kind of holding at the moment into this press conference. I will be streaming live at 2:30 the FOMC press conference. Again, 2 o'clock you'll get a reaction. So in 14 minutes, markets will digest the interest rate decision, which is expected to be a hold of policy. Terminal rate is expected to remain the same, around that 5.5%. 2-year yield currently trading at just over 5%. So there's still a little bit of a leeway for the FOMC and the Fed to be a little bit dovish, since the 2-year still has about a 50 basis point arbitrage. All right, nice little move up in MSTR continuing. It's going for a new high of day. We're about to breach the high of day. Again, it's still down 1.62%. We're up about 1.6 on it. So this one could turn into a nice mover for us. Again, if the market reaction is positive for the S&P, the Qs, and they take Powell as dovish, the QQQ upside today that I have, believe it or not, the measured move is to about 427, so a $5 move. For MSTR, if it's a positive reaction, I have a bounce all the way up to about 1100 to 1132. So those are my expectations right now for MSTR and the Qs. Again, if the market is weak and it takes it as a sign of negativity, the QQQ could fall easily down to about 417.50. So upside is about 420. Max upside is about 427.50. Downside's about 417.50. If we flush to 417.50, that's a buying opportunity, I think, for day trades. Look at MSTR starting to really move here, guys. We're up now 2.25%, and it's climbing. So let's just keep riding this. It might be the prudent thing to do is to trim a little bit as we approach that 2 o'clock time frame. Again, right now I am watching many different things. Interest rates, 10-year, dollar, Qs. We're watching it all here, trying to give you some coverage. I'm just going to work in the back here to actually find the stream for Jerome Powell, the FOMC stream. Nice little continuation in MSTR, new high of day. This thing's going bananas right now. This is going bananas. Beautiful to see on MSTR, guys. Bitcoin's trading at 57.3, not really even going yet. And we are seeing a big spike coming in here. MSTR is really starting to move and press. Look at this, guys. We are long off 1,018. And we're looking like we're in the driver's seat in the near term. Let's see if we can continue this. Bitcoin's trying to get going. Dixie's still at 106.20. If the Dixie loses 106 today, this market will rip, in my opinion. Guys, we have AMD now starting to firm up. That's looking like it's breaking out here. MSTR, new high of day there. Look at this. MSTR go, guys. Let's just see how much we can get. This could be one of those days where MSTR is down, 3.5% at the lows and then has an epic reversal, puts in a little bit of a bottoming tail. I mean, Bitcoin too, everyone piling in on the short side because Bitcoin's now triggering a head and shoulders, but really, the daily candle hasn't closed yet. Where would be the day's top on SMCI and AMD? Those are a little bit trickier, Bart, because they've had earnings. So just recognize the targets are a little bit skewed with earnings, the reaction. But just based off of what I've run here, if we get a pump on AMD, basically I'm looking for a move back up to the high of day around 151, 151.30 maybe. But again, this is a little bit riskier because there's earnings. SMCI, if we get a pump, the upside target that I have is basically 806. That's your 7-day moving average. All of these can go higher. That's just, those are the levels that I have on mind. We're seeing MSTR ripping here. Qs are ripping, guys. So we have 8 minutes to go till the actual rate decision. I have got pretty much the press conference queued up and ready to go for Jay Powell and the FOMC, so you will hear it here live. Come on, MSTR, keep pumping. Here we go, guys. We've just had MSTR turn green, QQQ still ripping. Bitcoin really hasn't even gotten going yet. Actually, it is starting to move here, 57.6 climbing. It's still down 5% on the session. Again, we're still long MicroStrategy. It's still negative by 0.4%, but it briefly filled its gap there. You are seeing some sell side pressure, but I still think that the QQQ is staging a little bit of a pop potential here. A little bit of a decline coming in. 5 minutes till the rate decision. 5 minutes till the rate decision, guys. Pretty decent decline in MSTR coming in. Again, we're going to have two market moves. Guys, if we have a pop into this 424 or this gap fill, I'd look for maybe a short. I'm interested. Again, if we drop, I'm going to look for a long. But I like a short trade anywhere in this range here, up here, 424.30 or 424.50. Again, on the long side, if we drop, we could even flush all the way back down to about this 420 zone. So watching it closely. We have 3 minutes till the rate hike decision. Decent size sell-off on MSTR. Bitcoin's still trying to press a little bit here in the near term. So I will play the FOMC meeting live. Yeah, Valero dumping all day. Valero's weak under, energies have been hit. Energies have definitely been hit. All right, guys, we're set here in 30 seconds. Interest rate decision going into this. The 2-year yield is negative by 0.3. It's holding 5.02. 10-years at 4.65. NASDAQ down 0.5%. Russell slightly green. Let's see the decision. 15 seconds till showtime. All right, the decision should be out. S&P falling here a touch. Bitcoin trying to hold. All right, we're getting a buy program now in the Qs. Qs are trying to push up here. Look at this. All right, big pump in the markets, guys. Big pump coming in. We are seeing the QQQ trying to push up. They did make a high there at 423. The yields really haven't moved much. The 2-year yield, 10-year yield still kind of flat and mixed. Bitcoin seeing mixed price action. Oil's flat. No real market movement yet. Things are still being digested. QQQ's pushing up now. This is a big spike coming into the Qs. Big spike coming into the Qs. This is potentially triggering a breakout, guys. We're still long off this 421.86 area. Here we go. All right, guys. I just exited my 421.98 long. I just sold there at 423.30. Beautiful, beautiful gain on the Qs. So I'm all out of the QQQ long position. Sold right into that trend line. So we're all out of the Qs. Still holding MSTR. Still holding MSTR. But we took a nice chunk of profit from 421.98 here. Sorry, 421.86. All the way up to here. So they held their interest rates, which was to be expected. Market is trying to move higher off of that. They're going to slow the pace of balance sheet runoff starting in June. So that's why the market has sold off a little bit in regards to that. QQQ still trying to hold up and hold steady. Bitcoin right now trying to press higher as well. So a nice little move that we caught there in the Qs. Again, that was your little short zone. This one could trend here. If it holds this little breakout trend line here, pivot high to pivot high, this QQQ trend still could push higher. Again, my upside was 427. I'm still holding MSTR because I'm seeing Bitcoin acting well. Dollar's under a little bit of pressure. Yields are falling a little bit more in the near term. So right now, you have oil falling, nat gas falling, yields falling, dollar falling. And that supports higher prices in this market, guys. That definitely supports higher prices. So look for longs at this point. If we rally sharply higher into Powell, there could be a shorting opportunity. There could be, absolutely. I'm still just holding MSTR on the long side, guys. And that one did go green initially, and it's looking to potentially move higher. Bitcoin's breaking out here, 57.8. It's starting to get some momentum. And we still have the big FOMC press conference. That's, believe it or not, the bigger movement. The market kind of expected a hold of policy. Any sort of change in that expectation, whether it would have been a raise or a cut, that would have sent the markets in a different trajectory, which is why we've had kind of a tame move. But you can see here the market, how we always like to price in optimism. Expectation of the Fed is to hold. Markets kind of liked that there was no change in expectation, and they started to push up, obviously selling back down now, seeing some heavy volume in this region. We're still long MSTR off 1018. We've been riding that one pretty much all day long. And look at Bitcoin go, guys. Bitcoin is now pressing higher here. BTC is starting to rip in the face of this market. So let's keep our wits about us here. Again, Bitcoin, S&P's ripping, Q's are ripping. Look at Bitcoin go, guys. Look at Bitcoin go. What a move, guys. What a move coming into the markets here. We're still long and strong. MSTR. MSTR, new high of day, guys. New high of day on MSTR. Brand new high of day on MSTR. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Crypto is ripping, Solana's ripping, you have Bitcoin ripping. I mean, everything is ripping across the board. Alright guys, I just closed MSTR there for a lovely gain. MSTR trade is over. Now we're going to wait to see if the markets pump, because I'll short it into Powell. I just exited MSTR for another gain there. Sold at 1,060, just below its gap fill. But I'm all out. I'm now into cash, heading into Powell. That's likely the more prudent thing to do. Beautiful little trades there. MSTR and QQQ took us to the promised land there, and we made a nice little chunk. And I will be streaming Powell's press conference. That's in basically 24 minutes. All right, guys, so we saw an initial pump, and now we're actually starting to drop and fade a little bit, back testing support. QQQ needs to hold here. QQQ absolutely needs to hold here. We will be streaming Powell live roughly in about 20 minutes. So again, anyone that didn't know, we took profits on our QQQ trade, sold at 423.44. Took profits on our MSTR trade, sold at 1,060. Now in cash on the day trade side, looking for other opportunities. Again, if we fall far enough, I will look to enter again on the long side. Basically, if we start back testing this area, it might be an opportunity. Anything is risky heading into Powell because markets could fall. But as of now, there is some signs of accumulation under the hood, which could result in a bit of higher price. Guys, I like INTC on the long side here. I like ACN on the long side. SMCI is firming up. Nat Gas trying to firm up here. Most things are trying to firm up across the board. You can see the QQQ still in this range trying to break out. You know, you do have some strength coming back into the tape from Meta. Microsoft still trying to break out. Apple saw a little bit of a dip in the last 20 minutes. Tesla really is unchanged. Nvidia's consolidating, putting in a potential bull flag. Right now, the QQQ trading at 422.90. You're seeing Nat Gas getting a nice little spike on the 10-minute chart. MSTR still consolidating. Bitcoin still consolidating at just under 58,000. It does look like the Qs want to press a bit here. You've had the Russell turn back to the positive side. S&P's only down 0.1, and the QQQ's down 0.4. So it has bounced off the lows. You still have AMD down 9, SMCI down 14, Nvidia down 4. Microsoft, Apple are positive. Nvidia is still forming a bit of a bull flag into Powell. We'll see if the technicals firm up that price action. Right now, in terms of sector performance, Dow components, the industrial average is green, transport's flat, retail negative, KRE up a whopping 2.23%, pretty much outperforming everything. Materials XLB showing some strength, communications up 1.3, energy getting clobbered, the worst performing sector of the day, down 1.83, financials up 0.25, industrials are up 0.03, tech down half, staples down 0.3, real estate down 0.3, utilities and healthcare are both green. Utilities are up 1.15, so a nice little outperformance there relative to the market. Consumer discretionary, so Tesla, Amazon also seeing some downside, down 0.55% on the consumer discretionary ETF. Again, we took profits on our QQQ trade. We took profits on our MSTR trade. The 10-year yield did soften up. So interest rates and the dollar softened up off of the interest rate decision. Bitcoin popped, NASDAQ popped, everything pretty much got a rally. You do have oil trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here at 78.74. Bitcoin pulling back a bit. CGC 5, 15, 30-minute breakout. Let's look at CGC. Yeah, definitely a sizable rally off of the lows there on CGC. Definitely holding that whole psychological number, some volume behind it. Qs are getting a really big push here, guys. QQQ getting a sizable push. Again, a name that a little bit less of the risk to reward, a little bit less of the risk has been taken out of this name is Intel. Extremely oversold for a daily chart, and this one actually went positive initially in the market and then sold off. So a name like this could also catch a really sizable bid if the Qs try to push up. Very, very oversold at some really strong technical support. Still trading inside of a nice little 10-minute bottoming tail right off the open. Alright guys, I am going to go... Actually, I'm just going to stay off to the side right now. Wait. Wait in cash. Wait for the reaction. Be patient. We already caught the first move, so let's just be patient. Let's see if our patient gives us a better opportunity to go long or go short. Again, Powell is set to be in 10 minutes. We will be streaming the press conference live here on the channel. Nice little spike on Intel there, guys. All right, guys, let's see what we have here. Q's trading still slightly negative on the session. Again, QQQ still slightly negative. Oil trying to find a bottom as the dollar softens here. Gold, silver catching a bid. Intel moving up. Semis are catching a nice bid. Big candle in Meta and Microsoft starting to form. So it does look like the Qs are going to try to push up here, front run maybe a little bit of a dovish Powell. Again, I will be live streaming the FOMC press conference. I'm getting that queued up as we speak. Nice little move up in the Qs starting to form. Again, bias is upside. We have been bullish. But anything can change on Powell. Yes, full disclosure, I actually am in Intel already on a day trade at 30.32. I'm also long ACN at 300.63 day trades. And I do have swing trade positions. We already took profits on our Qs, which is just hitting that profit target. If you're still long the Qs, you know, it's now retesting that area. It looks like we're going to at least probably rip into this gap zone on Powell. And then if Powell's dovish, we're probably going to retest this 426. And then, again, 427 is my upside. So look at this move coming into the picture. Sizable move coming in. Nice continuation move, guys, in the markets. Really nice continuation move. Big pump in the Qs. Look at that, guys. What a rip. What a rip. Monster rip in the market, guys. Beautiful rip. We're now into that gap fill. We're approaching some potential shortable levels here, but again, with semis this oversold, we got to look higher if we want to short, because I mean, you're getting extended for sure, but jeepers. Look at that monster push in the market, guys. Monster move continuing. All right, guys, press conference is starting here very shortly. I'm going to cue it in. All right, guys, Powell's starting to come out. QQQ running into a little bit of resistance here. Market still has a bit more juice in it if Powell's dovish. All right, guys, we're seeing a bit of a sell-off coming back in. Decent sell-off. This is now important. Do we back test and hold? This is a bit of a long level on the Qs, guys. This is where the market should hold. back testing. All right, we're seeing the markets trying to firm up again. QQQ getting a sizable bid. Apple looking strong. Microsoft trying to move higher. Meta, Google. Intel still looking very strong. Nice move up in the market. Things are looking like a long trade setup. Dollars fading. Take a look at Bitcoin. QQQ is still looking to press a little bit higher here. Once it gets through its resistance, dollars under 106. QQQ is still looking to press a little bit higher here.
Above expectations. It is likely that gaining such greater confidence will take longer than previously expected. We are prepared to maintain the current target range for the federal funds rate for as long as appropriate. We're also prepared to respond to an unexpected weakening in the labor market. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we've seen on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. We will continue to make decisions meeting by meeting. Turning to our balance sheet, the committee decided at today's meeting to slow the pace of decline in our securities holdings, consistent with the plans we released previously. Specifically, the cap on Treasury redemptions will be lowered from the current $60 billion per month to $25 billion per month as of June 1.
Ooh. Let's see how the market responds to that.
Primarily Treasury securities in the longer run.
That should be bullish.
Cap on agency securities unchanged per month.
Let's see.
Reinvest any proceeds in excess of this cap in Treasury securities. With principal payments on agency securities currently running at about $15 billion per month. Total portfolio runoff will amount to roughly $40 billion per month. The decision to slow the pace of runoff does not mean that our balance sheet will ultimately shrink by less than it would otherwise, but rather allows us to approach its ultimate level more gradually. In particular, slowing the pace of runoff will help ensure a smooth transition, reducing the possibility that money markets experience stress and thereby facilitating the ongoing decline in our securities holdings.
Trying to soothe the markets right now. That's a very soothing comment to the market right now that should react positively.
And to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude,
Nvidia ripping. SMCI.
Families and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. A question to follow up, if I could. Do you consider the current policy rate still, are you confident that it's sufficiently restrictive to get inflation back to 2%?
So I do think the evidence shows, pretty clearly that policy is restrictive and is weighing on demand. And there are a few places I would point to for that. You can start with the labor market. So demand is still strong, the demand side of the labor market in particular. But it's cooled from its extremely high level of a couple of years ago. And you see that in job openings. You saw more evidence of that today in the JOLTS report, as you'll know. It's still higher than pre-pandemic, but it has been coming down both in the Indeed report and the JOLTS report. That's demand cooling. The same is true of quits and hiring rates, which have essentially normalized. I also look at
Markets into some hourly chart resistance and is obliterating it. Short level 5,070. Pierce of 5,070. High risk. On the SPX 5. So I was just watching my S&P chart. Look at this move, guys. Whew.
Higher interest rates are weighing on those activities. So I do think it's clear that that policy is restrictive.
Sufficiently restrictive, I guess.
So I would say that we believe it is restrictive, and we believe over time it will be sufficiently restrictive. That will be a question that the data will have to answer.
So as a follow-up, if inflation continues running roughly sideways as it has been, the job market stays reasonably strong, unemployment low, and expectations are anchored and maintained, would you disrupt that for...
Expectations are not anchored.
Or anchored. Stable, roughly. Would you disrupt that for the last half point on PCE?
I don't want to get into complicated hypotheticals, but I would say that, we're committed to retaining our current restrictive stance of policy for as long as is appropriate, and we'll do that.
QQQ's into some decent resistance here. This is where short sellers should come in. But if we obliterate this level, remember 427.50 was my upside on the Qs. Sorry about the little connection there. On this type of time frame, we're going to go out to the hourly chart of the Qs. Look at Intel, look at Bitcoin, look at everything. Go, 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 go. There's going to be a short trade set up here very, very shortly, guys. No pun intended. In fact, it's literally right in this range. Qs are still a monster right now, just ripping. Alright guys, I'm looking at a short setup here on the Qs. It's risky business.
Thank you, Chris Riggi for Associated Press.
What a move, guys. What a move. Markets are now green. QQQ up 0.65. Nvidia short, not a short yet. I mean, there's a short that could have gone off in this high range bar, but we're now pulling back a bit, and this thing could go higher still. I had 427.50 as my measured move, but now even just how sharply we've moved, I think we could go higher. All right, guys, I'm short the Qs here. 427, 427.60, 427.60, 1/4 entry. Short the Qs. And right away, it's obliterating us here. Markets are absolutely ripping. I'm still holding Intel and things like that, so it's a bit of a hedge. Dollars now trading at 105.80. Oil's starting to curl up. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break even here, covering this QQQ short. I just covered that QQQ short, just for an actual slight gain. We got a bad fill. It did wick way above our entry, so I don't like the fact that now it's sold off. I still think we can go a little bit lower, back test, but there still might be a bigger move to the upside. All right, so markets are still trying to press a little bit here in the near term. So we are seeing the Qs trading around 427.50. Nice decline coming into the markets. Bit of a pullback, profit taking, day trade profit. We are seeing the Qs just consolidating here at 427. The QQQ 425 calls that I called in the morning, I took profits on those. Still writing 428s from earlier. Again, Intel's had a nice move. Bitcoin MicroStrategy had a nice, really sizable move. And honestly, the market now, it's in a really interesting spot. Powell's sounding dovish. Markets are liking that. Dollar's really faded. Yields dropping. Bitcoin pumping. And now we got to watch to see if oil's also going to partake in the move up. Again, we did fulfill my upside for the day. It was 427.50. We even went all the way up to 428.50. So you can see how these types of events have extraordinary moves. Markets, remember, we're seeing a lot of sell side pressure into this on the back of weakness in SMCI, AMD. Amazon was actually green on the session. That one held steady. So it's approaching 249 time frame. There's still power after the close. But as of now, very positive reaction, which is kind of what we were expecting. Couple people in the chat also said pump it up. Daisy May, pump it up. And that's certainly what we got. That's certainly what we got. I'd say at the very least. Excuse me. So again, dollar collapsing, now negative by 0.5%. Sold the 425 call. Nice job, Whiskey Business. Beautiful. So did I. Probably keep going up. I'm still riding a 428, which is basically in the money right now. UVIX looks like it's heading to 52-week low. Yeah, Chris, that VIX, That VIX. You know, it can catch you offside, but Qs are now into that 428, well above it. A lot of pivot talk. I'm going to have to widen up the time frame here on the overall market because we are seeing Bitcoin running off the screen. Just as everyone was getting bearish, right, on this head and shoulders pattern that really didn't confirm on a daily chart basis, and now you're getting a really big pump to likely to negate the bearish pattern on Bitcoin. Huge pump on Intel. Qs are still holding steady here. Let's show you this SPX 500. Look at the continuous grind higher here in the SPX. Daily chart resistance on the SPX here is 5100. You have your 5101 is your 20-day moving average. That's where you could push up to. I'd look for a potential short trade at 5100. MicroStrategy pumping, just absolutely flying here. Bitcoin ripping. Look at Bitcoin off the charts here, guys. Just ripping. Qs are still trying to press higher. This is a short zone for this S&P. Actually, my short zone's around 5,100. Whether or not we get it, maybe, maybe not. I mean, there's a bunch of resistance on the hourly chart in this region. You're slicing through pretty much every short-term and long-term moving average on the hourly chart. You're through the 100, the 50, the EMA 113 on the hourly SPX chart here. And I think the daily chart level on the SP 500 here is, look at this daily chart moving average, 5101, that 20-day. It's a big, big level. 5101 is a big, big level. And the market doesn't have to sell off. It can just consolidate and try to move higher here. Doesn't have to give back a lot of these gains. We are coming from oversold territory. So I do think that there's a scenario where the market is still favoring positive price action. Again, Powell came out dovish the last couple times, and now he's also coming out dovish yet again. Again, I'm looking to short this SPX here around the 5100 psychological whole number daily chart 20 moving average resistance in a very overbought extended move. It's high risk, so leave ourselves some room to add. I'm just going to look for 2 entries. I repeat, 2 entries. One at 5100. And one at 51. Let me just see this. 5112-ish. So we're almost there, but not quite. Intel still looking to move. Nvidia had a really good rally. You still have Nvidia down 1.5%. AMD's up 6 or down 6.8. SMCI is down 10.4. Still have the SOX negative. Bitcoin still down 2.25. MicroStrategy, CoinMara, they're all green. Meta up 4%, pumping. SunPower, Google, Amazon IQ, they're all green. Regionals are ripping up 4.42% in the regional banks. Monster move. Monster move. Again, I think the standout movers off of this low really come from some of your semiconductor plays, and then the regionals ripping. Almost hit a bit of a short here on the S&P. Almost a bit of a short there. Here we go, guys. Get ready to short this SP100. Again, this is high risk. I'm going to leave myself 2 lots here. One at 5101 and then one at 5112. Okay, it's high risk. I'm still riding Intel down from that 30-32 level. Took profits on the Qs. We took profits on MicroStrategy. Took it a little early, to be honest, but MicroStrategy did hit that retrace, that 1100 psych number, whole number. Oil's now starting to move up off of the lows, which means that, again, you're seeing the dollar now having to put in a potential little low pivot. Can the markets move higher into the final close off of some short squeeze momentum? It sure can. Sure can. Microsoft's now recapturing 400. So you're hitting some really, really strong pivot points here. All right, we're still grinding, patiently waiting for this short setup. Nice little move there. CBK, how much volume are we trading here? Minuscule volume. You're starting to see some top wicks forming. So there's some sellers, there's some profit takings, but still a lot of people just trying to overwhelmingly come into this market. All right, guys, get ready to short here. We are looking to short this S&P 500, getting very, very close here. All right, it pierces this 5100, gets me involved. It just tapped it. Psychological whole number. Let's see if we see an impulse move through that area. Volume should take us through that area, pierce. I'll let you know if I get filled. We tapped 51. I did not get filled yet. Again, this is high risk. You want to, off of an FOMC day, we could keep trending, especially with the dollar and yields falling. And then you have the backdrop of regional strong. So I'm looking at 5100 pierce through this level to short. Come on, we're almost there. Don't pull back now. We should see one more surge, an impulse green candle on a 3-bar surge off of a hammer, 1-minute hammer candle. Again, I'm looking at the 1-minute chart, so it's a little bit different, but we should see that impulse move through. One more move. We're holding nicely. 5100 is a big level. And you can see the sellers are still trying to keep it down. We're through it. There it is, guys. I'm short. I'm short at 5100.8. Letting it pierce. 5100.8. I am short the SPX. This is the Owanda chart on TradingView. And again, keep in mind I will add to the position one more time at 5112. 5112. Intel still holding long Intel. Still holding, yeah, just the Intel. And obviously members are aware of the swing trade. So these are just day trades that we're in right now. You can see the SPX is trying to fall a little bit here. Nice little decline coming in. Profit target. Let me just put on my other EMA. Just give me 1 second here. Alright guys, in and around this range, we were wanting to look to take some profits. Alright, one more little flush. I'm looking at around 5,085 for a profit take. 5,085 bucks. You can see this little first Fibonacci retrace level, guys. That's what we're looking for. Come on, push it down. Push it down. We are seeing some buyers trying to step back up though. QQQ is also trying to get a little bit of buy pressure. Nat gas coming in. Oil's now trying to press higher. Same thing with the dollar. So you could see a little bit of softening here in price. Let's just see what type of a retrace we get. We're still very extended in the S&P here. Very extended. We are coming down to profit target. Whether you want to take full profits or half profits or quarter profits at this first fib, it's up to you. I'm just going to pull off the full amount. A lot of people like to leave runners. All right, now we're up about, and I only have 6 shares short right now. There we go. We're up about 81 bucks, 82, teetering here. All right, guys. I just closed the full position there. I took profits right at that first fib. There we go. Covered the short, the full short. I'm all out. Could go lower, absolutely. But now we could also see a potential bounce trade. I do think that there's an opportunity to also trade the bounce. And it's just a matter of where. All right, so again, we closed the S&P 500 short there for a nice little gain right into that Fibonacci retrace. Just a simple extended move short. I wouldn't short it here yet, although you can get a deeper retrace. There's some levels I'm looking at on the S&P 500 here, but still seeing some potential positive flow coming into the market. This is just a minor profit taking. And into just a big 4-hour chart resistance level. You know, if we consolidate here for the next, say, 10-20 minutes, we could probably push up on this S&P 500 chart to about, you know, just over this 5112 pivot. We can probably keep grinding. Bitcoin taking a bit of a breather. Let's look at the QQQ on the side here. Again, massive moves off the lows and semis, but you are seeing some profit taking occurring now. Dollar right now is catching a bid at 105.80, so that is trying to firm up. I wonder if the technical breakdown on oil that was triggered via the head and shoulders today, that triggered today on the daily chart, I wonder if we're going to see oil kind of play out like Bitcoin did. Bitcoin also triggered that. And let me just actually go to split screen mode here. And we'll just keep a watch of this S&P 500. I'm still interested in this trade on the S&P. Obviously still holding Intel. ACN was another one I called out before it had that bigger breakout. Obviously some people are still riding the MSTR. Chris is in Canopy. Chris is the marijuana king. So and sorry guys, it's just always challenging managing positions, the chat, this charts, own trades. Totally forgot my train of thought. Oh yeah, I was talking about oil and Bitcoin, the daily chart head and shoulders. So oil obviously collapsing today. Perfect recipe. This is what we discussed early morning on the live stream. We said, okay, markets are selling off. You have yields down. You have dollar down. You have oil down. Nat gas was soft. So you had all the major tailwinds in place for higher price in the markets. And we were going into Powell. Powell was getting it off easy. You know, sell-offs in some of the hot AI semiconductor stocks. Sell-off in oil. That was the big one, driving a little bit of the inflation narrative down by a pretty big deal. You know, now that you've triggered this head and shoulders on the daily chart of oil, the question is, does it fulfill its downside target of roughly 73? If we look at Bitcoin as of today was looking very, still down in the session, but it was looking quite bearish. And it is trying to firm up off the lows. So everyone's watching this head and shoulders that is now triggering on Bitcoin. But when you think about it, you're hitting some really big support here, which is why we accumulated MSTR at the lows there. Not only did you have daily chart support that you're recapturing, that EMA 113 in orange. Look at this parallel channel, pivot high to pivot high, pivot low. Look at what you pierced today. We were buying MSTR in this range, and look at Bitcoin just rallying tremendously. So it's not out of the woodwork yet, because obviously there's still 2 heavy down days here in the crypto space on volume. But as of now, it is looking like it wants to firm up. What I have noticed is a bunch of other cryptos across the whole space firmed up. So you also saw some firming up in Mara, Coinbase going absolutely strong. So definitely been interesting price action in these names. So I'm looking to see if Bitcoin wants to negate its head and shoulders or not. Humana at 319. Wow. Yep. And that's why we're in 325 calls on Humana. HUM. HUM's a monster. A quality name, right? These healthcare stocks, you see them getting hit. Even, you know, the name, like, what was the one getting hit today? Sorry, it's just losing my train of thought. But look at this monster. This had accumulation signals all over the place. So oversold. Putting in a basing formation. So we're entering this now. I think we've seen max capitulation in this stock. Unless the market has some sort of a huge downturn, I think max capitulation is probably in place. And we're likely going to see this stock carve a bottom here and form a base. It may trade in a range where it chops from, you know, the high here to the low to the high, but it's going to form a base in this range. And once we break out, it's going to be a powerful mover for sure. Looking at 400s, absolutely on Humana. Up 5.48% today. Ripping. But let's just respect the market trend right now. Everything's still in place to move higher. We're just consolidating. Temporary pullback in the larger grand scheme of things. But marijuana stocks are getting hit today. Definitely hit. EV stocks catching a bid. Tesla could be one that pushes back to test its previous highs. That's certainly a scenario. S&P trying to push up again. Let's flip back to the QQQ. So let's look at the QQQ daily chart and identify again, QQQ daily chart does have a key resistance coming up. It's also about to hit its so again, this is a similar trade setup. Okay guys, so we're going to do another trade setup here. This is exactly what we just did on the S&P 500. The exact same trade. We're going to look to short it, but we're shorting the QQQ, okay? So the trade setup that we did on the S&P 500 was super extended move on really all time frames, and the key moving average that we shorted on the S&P 500 was the 20 daily moving average. It was just sitting at a Pierce of 5100, 5101. The QQQ now is starting to approach its 20-day moving average. That is sitting at 430.96. It's going to be a slight moving target, but 430.96 is where the Qs, believe it or not, could want to push to today. 430.96 on the QQQ is your 20-day moving average. So I'm just going to mark that in blue because that's where I would look to short. Am I comfortable going long after this move? Maybe some individual names, but at this point I'd be more inclined to short once we get to this target. Again, as that moving average, if it changes, I will look to inform you. Right now it's at 430.96, 430.97, so some slight variations. Biogen making a really big move. Guys, it looks like Nvidia is trying to do a red to green reversal today. It was down 5% at the lows, now putting in what appears to be a rather magnificent potential right shoulder pivot low, a daily hammer candle on volume. Now the day's not over, but it is recapturing some important key metrics. Nvidia, obviously Nvidia is one of the most important stocks. It is the most important stock to the market still, with the weighted carries in the SMH and the SOX, just the influence it has over those ETFs and the market cap weightings over all of the semiconductors in the market. A lot of saturation in semis and tech right now, and that weighting is immense. So right now it's looking more positive. If it can close here in this range, that's a nice little positive reversal. You typically get a minor retrace off of a little bit of a hammer candle of that nature, which I expect that one probably to be bought as long as the market wants to hold up here and yields stay a little bit softer. Yields do have the ability now to stay a bit softer heading into CPI, which is in about just about a week and a half, couple weeks. So markets, if yields stay soft, they can absolutely trend off the lows here. You've seen a nice deterioration in the semis. You know, valuations of SMCI have practically been chopped in half from your high pivots to your low pivots. AMD's been through the ringer. Nvidia's still held up strong. You know, other companies like Tesla have been through the ringer. Apple's still in the ringer. Meta's been hit. As of now, markets are breaking down a bit more. The Dixie's back above 106, so this is the problem, right? You have this dollar still trying to hold 106, and that's the problem here, guys. So I'm going to keep the Dixie chart on because the markets are going to be highly correlated to this 106 area. Extremely correlated. All right, expect to buy the dip bounce to come into play here. I'm even actually interested in myself to potentially buy the dip here. So I'm looking at this SPX chart, waiting for one more little dip lower. It's now approaching 321, so there's 39 minutes left in the trading session. So just be aware if you're in any options. I'm not trading options right now. The volatility event is too immense right now for me to get into options, but common shares right now, definitely I'm looking for an entry on this SPX chart. I'm looking for an entry between this 50% retrace 5064 and the 618. I like the 618 much better because you can see that you hit this upsloping trend line. It's a nice little trend line I have on my chart. So anything between 5,064 and 5,062, those are my two entries. And this is a small scalp trade, looking for a bounce and retest of the highs. Okay? All right, guys, there's 35 minutes left in the session. Markets didn't pull back to my entry here on the S&P 500. Still, there's a potential setup here for a long entry that I'm looking at. Obviously, the Dixie. Look at the high correlation, right? Dixie getting rejected off 106, markets bounce. So if the Dixie starts to bounce and get back above 106, expect the S&P to likely move a bit lower. Heavy correlation right now. Markets are looking to trend here. Bullish patterns across the board. Nvidia trying to hold 850. Some Google layoffs. And again, this is potentially the trend continuation. There's still a short setup on the Qs. It's going to be high risk because it's late in the session. It is going to be high risk because it's late in the session. But there is still a short setup forming in the QQQ. You look at the area that we were accumulating on the QQQ down in this 421 range in a massive monster move back up. Just trying to get this screen. Bitcoin's taken a bit of a breather. It went all the way up to a high of around 59,377, and it has rejected now. Ram is bullish. Uh-oh. Get out of Ram's way. Move on over. Ram is getting bullish. QQQ, big pump coming. So Ram is calling out a QQQ pump. You can see the dollar's trying to get back above 106. So I'm still interested in buying this S&P 500, this SPX level around this 50% and 618 retrace. I'm still interested, so I'm with you there. Maybe I don't get in. I might miss it. Daisy May's bullish. Move over. All right, S&P's coming down a touch here. You are seeing a bit of weakness creeping back into the market. Still some names are seeing some accumulation. Crypto stocks have faded. Like MSTR has faded all the way back down to 1,055. So it's going to be interesting to see if this market wants to give up any gains here. All right, S&P again. I'm still interested in buying. This is risky into the close. There's only 29 minutes left. 29 minutes left, guys. Into the close, we're still seeing names like SMCI had a nice bounce off the lows. Nvidia almost turned green. Bart, TC, are you bullish or bearish on QQQ? Rams saying 421 calls are printing. Yep. Rams holding 436 QQQ calls. Okay. So again, if the dollar stays under 105.97, rally will under 106, I think the rally can continue. If we start to press higher, then we're going to look. All right, I'm looking for some entries here, guys. I'm looking for some entries. We are coming up into the midst of a buy point here, 5,065 and 5,056 on the S&P. You can see the QQQ falling off. I'm bullish for a bit of a continuation move. I still think that we're going to hit a lower price here, and then I think we have the ability to bounce. So that's what I'm looking for here. We're getting close to another entry. So this 5,065, the first green line, is where I'll start to accumulate. Alright guys, we just started a long position off the first green line. Secondary buy zone is at 5,056. 5,056. If need be, we will buy at 5,056, but right now we're long. Just a starter position. Getting a little bit of a minor bounce here. Up about 22 bucks. Again, because it's late in the session, we're only doing 6 shares right now on this S&P, this SPX chart, but we're long off that 5,065. Here comes the bounce continuing. There's going to be some backing and filling. All right, we're seeing if we can get another continuation move off this zone. Again, that was the 50% retrace of really the whole FOMC pump. So 50% retrace and the 618 is where we should hold. We are seeing price action come down. Seeing a little bit more distribution and sell side pressure. Market is coming down a bit. Back testing the 50% retrace. Still could go lower. So we are coming down to the second buy point. QQQ is now back testing a key support zone. That's also coming down. Right now, the Dixie is back above 106, which is why we're seeing the markets giving up a little bit of this rally. So Dixie at 106 is bearish for the market. Get ready to, I'm going to double the position at 5,056.2. If we flush into that level, right now we're still just backing and filling, going a little bit lower. Volume isn't that heavy in this range, which means that the selling is slowly starting to abate. But again, we could see a little bit of a flush. Again, watching the Dixie fight here, Apple's seeing a pretty significant decline. So one of the reasons why we're seeing, here comes the buy point. I'm going to get my next fill very shortly. We're seeing Bitcoin declining sharply, Google, Apple, Microsoft all coming in, Nvidia coming in. So this next buy entry is probably going to get hit, but a sizable decline coming back into the markets. Let's see if it gets bought back up. We're teetering between the 50% and 618 retrace in this market. Bitcoin's now testing about 57,360. Tesla's holding steady. Surprisingly, Tesla didn't sell off with that little bit of a decline in the markets. You can see the big decline in the Qs, and Tesla really didn't even decline there. It was primarily just Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta. You're seeing some accumulation coming back into MicroStrategy. 10-year yield still a little bit softer off after Powell. Still think we're going to probably hit this next buyable area. We are coming into that zone right now. And here it comes, the flush. Are we going to flush it in? 618 fib retrace. Let's see if that holds. Not the most positive sign that we lost this key red bar down move, but again, the market's just digesting a rather large move. And we'll see if we get any sort of short covering. All right, guys, so we did buy some more down there. Our average is sitting at 5,060.4. They are trying to flush the markets here into the close. Nice consecutive decline coming in. Now approaching the 786 fib level. So we're down right now about 150, teetering. Dollars holding above 106 pretty steadily, which is not the best case here for the S&P, which is why we're seeing a pretty significant sell-off. Back testing, look at where the Qs are now hitting. Maybe we're a little aggressive with our buy on the S&P, but look at the level the Qs are hitting. This is your previous bearish gap down, and the Qs are trading below that bearish gap all day. And now we're back testing that 424.50 area. So that's obviously where the bulls broke down and gave up the market price action. And then the bulls late in the session today, on the back of a dovish Fed, recaptured that zone. And now we're back testing that previous area. So there's still some support here, but obviously S&P is super, super weak in this session. We'll see. There's 20 minutes. I've seen some crazy price action. Likely, again, I'm seeing the Dixie now rolling a little bit over. If we lose 106 on the Dixie, the market's going to try to press back for previous high of day. And right now the Dixie is seeing some sellers. There goes the Qs. So that was a pretty big red bar down in the entire mega cap space. And again, we are seeing the S&P trying to bounce here. So we flushed all the way down to the 786 fib level, bouncing off the extension 786 fib level. Pretty hard sell off. You don't want to go lower than that if you're wanting to remain bullish. If we take out the low on this bounce, this low pivot, we're going to have to exit this trade for a loss. Now that we've seen a little bit of a low pivot trying to form on the small time frame, you don't want to lose that pivot. Tiny bit more selling by Bart. Ram, what happened? You said you were bullish. I'm just kidding. We're all responsible for our own trades. All right, the S&P is still trying to carve a little bit of a bottom here. Let's see if we get some sort of a late day squeeze. We have seen the markets basically go back to the negative side on the QQQ. All right, so the S&P coming back down to the lows here on the SPX, trying to defend that low pivot. Not a good sign if it breaks it. There's obviously the ability that it can. Dixie's still trying to press higher and holding above 106 right now. So that's definitely why the market's under significant near-term pressure. We're still seeing the S&P trying to form a low here. We just need to bounce back to 5,060 to go back to break even. Bounce back to the previous high would be fairly nice. There's a resistance pivot around 5,075, which is also a potential profit target. That would be about a $15 per share target. Currently down about 135 bucks or so. Again, my average is sitting at 5,060.4 on the S&P. Here comes a little bit of a bounce in the markets. So I'm looking for a little bit of a bounce back to about 5,070, 5,075. In and around that range is where a nice little sell point lies. Looking at this 5,073.6 as a potential exit for this trade. If we bounce into there, that's right in line with your 382 retrace. And just before a volume pivot, there's that volume pivot sitting at about 5,074 and change, this hammer candle. So I think that's where we're probably going to retest. And that's where I'm looking to just exit this little bit of a day trade. We only have 14 minutes left in the session. So as of now, even if you start to get in the green and the profits, it's the prudent thing to do is to take profits. Obviously, the riskier thing to do is to try to expect some sort of a 0 DT pump. But again, hope is not a good strategy. Right now, the volume really isn't too immense down in this range, which means that with lighter volume, you can actually get a bigger push in both directions. It's not just an upside, it can be also an impulse down move. The Dixie's now coming in, so the dollar is trying to lose 106. Markets are seeing a little bit more selling. Ram seeing big market price action after close. After 420 on the Qs, only bulls are welcome. Now this could turn into a potential bear flag, which is dangerous into the close because it could mean that they want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But if this starts to trigger and break down this low pivot, that's not a good sign. We could flush. So I kind of have my finger on almost a stop loss. I don't want this bear flag, this to turn into a bear flag. At the moment, it's still living to fight another day. There's still some time for this to try to firm up. Obviously, the day is running thin. But if we start breaking this in the last few minutes here, this low pivot, I'm going to probably have to stop out for a loss. Late in the close, we don't want to get caught in a massive flush. But then on the opposite side, if this starts to flush even lower, just makes it that much more appealing to buy into this low pivot range. Let's mark that out. All right, let's see if we get a little bit of a short covering rally here. Again, Powell was primarily a little bit more dovish, but initial reaction, dollar, big drop. Yields are still down, but have bounced slightly here. Markets are still seeing some sell side. So just keeping that stop loss tight in and around this low range, because again, you start getting a 1 minute close below this area and piercing it, it gets dangerous late into the close, which we're trying. All right, guys, there's a bit of a bearish break in the market. This is probably a signal to close the trade for a loss. That is the bearish break. Let's just see the 1 minute chart to see if we get any sort of a potential reversal. So you're looking for, this is going to be your first 1 minute candle close below there. We've just confirmed on the 30-second chart 2 candle breaks down, unfortunately. Still no bounce in the market. The dollar back above 106. Really, I mean, this terrific sell side reversals in the mega caps is quite amazing. Quite amazing. I'm still holding. I'm down about 330 right now, teetering between that. Still no bounce yet in equities. Retracing pretty much that entire up move. So we caught the up move a little bit early on the retrace buy. Final 7 minutes in the session. Let's see if they wave the magic wand or if they flush it. Ultimately, I mean, the dollar recapturing most of its losses is really why the markets are continuing to sell off here. If you look at the Dixie chart, it's pretty much just had a straight reversal, V-shaped recovery, bounce. Let's see what a couple of you are looking at. Disney broke head and shoulders short. Just a little bit more, almost there. Bart is saying almost there. Cover your short, Bart. Bounce the market. Let's look at Disney for Michael. DIS. He's saying a head and shoulders is triggered. So head and shoulders are typically bearish patterns. Final 6 minutes. Yeah, look at that reversal on Disney, eh? Pretty nasty. But this is what happened to primarily a lot of the charts. I mean, pretty much a failed breakout on the markets off of that dovish Powell event. This one's a tough chart, right? Disney's it is testing the verge of this neckline. You can see this little low pivot here to this low wick pivot. It technically is triggering it. Now you're looking to see if it can confirm that break tomorrow. Then it makes it more likely that that this has further downside. The fact that it's even lost this fib zone, this first fib level, this 236, makes it likely that it's going to retest 382. So pretty sizable decline in late in the session, final 5 minutes of the day. Markets have retraced that entire down move of that FOMC pump. Pretty crazy price action. Pretty crazy price action. Look at that retrace. Not the best trade on my part, guys. That's definitely a really, really bad entry. Quite impressed to see the full-on reversal of this whole move. Quite extraordinary. The Dixie right now is still continuing to rip. So a little bit of buyers stepping back into the tape here. Final 5 minutes again. We'll see. Today's volume on the Qs, let me just check that. Not that heavy for an FOMC day, which is why we could always get a bounce. The volume's pretty light today. Doesn't really signify that much sell side pressure, and that makes me suspicious. That makes me think that, you know, they've taken the markets back negative again after a really strong positive rally. But it's on a light sell, so I mean, they could gap this market up. Obviously, there's still some earnings that we got to watch out for. But the volume today really isn't that firm for a down day and for an FOMC day. Not the craziest volume. Certainly upticked here You're looking for a long on Starbucks swing trade? Just give me a second here. So we're looking at Starbucks now, ticker SBUX. Final 3 minutes of market price action. So obviously Starbucks reported earnings and got slaughtered. Look at that earnings, a double miss by a large degree. Not showing positive price action. Big gap down. Starbucks is likely going to trend a bit lower. Bitcoin has reversed sharply. I would give Starbucks a little bit more time. Maybe a dead cat bounce on a day trade, but odds are Starbucks wants to go a little bit lower. You'll have better support at 68. That's a big gap down. What's interesting is even with the indices going red, the Russell's still showing some strength. It's up 0.22. And then you have some strength across the regionals, utilities, healthcare, real estate, communications, materials. Both the Dow Jones transports are negative, but the industrial average is green. Oil breaking down today. That's a pretty big bearish break on oil, which likely means that we're probably going to see the market try to carve out a bottom and bounce here. And like based off of where the Qs are now trying to close, I'm even thinking of holding this overnight, this S&P 500 trade. It's risky, super risky. Absolutely is. Crazy retraces across the board on pretty much every name. Every name had a breakout and then a failure, a complete another washout. You look at Intel, ACN, SMCI, AMD, Nvidia, Apple, everything had a massive sell side capitulation move into the close. Not typically what you want to see if you're trying to accumulate some longs in this market. Obviously the Dixie closing today above 106 at the moment. 106.11 is pretty fierce price action. All right, guys, markets are closed. The S&P X is still trading a little bit here. So obviously we still have the ability, but that's a wrap on the regular trading session. That is a wrap on the regular trading session. Thank you all for tuning in. Basically, let me just read this few things. Canopy going crazy. Canopy is up, or still down 22.9. Holding all my QQQ calls overnight. I think that's probably a very lucrative and good risk reward decision, holding the calls overnight. That's probably a good decision. All right, guys, on that note, thank you all for tuning in. Nice job on the QQQ trade early on, MicroStrategy early on. Good job on chasing Intel, getting out of there. It was some nice trades that we caught. As of now, I'm just holding a little bit of an SPX long overnight, and we'll see how that trade ventures. Pay attention to Bitcoin, because if Bitcoin starts to break its low of day and really give up this full entire move, that's a very bearish sign. So everything pretty much had a hard sell-off into the close, including indices, and that's not a positive sign considering Powell did come out dovish. Members, be ready for the video analysis, and we will certainly have a few things to discuss. On that note, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts hopefully tomorrow. Take care, everybody.